Hello! Today we are going to be doing a Knife Bunny game jamboree. I've never done one of these before, but the plan is that we're going to spend 4 hours and we're going to try to make something. There are no strict rules for this game jam, so it doesn't have to be collaborated on, you don't need to finish it, doesn't have to be something new, you don't even have to work on it in a team, you don't even necessarily need to work on a game. The idea is just that we're going to try to collaborate in the same space for about 4 hours and see what we come up with. And the theme for the jam is going to be no rules, as in whatever inspires you from the concept of no rules. Perhaps you'll make a game without rules, perhaps you'll make a game about having no rules, a game about destroying rules. That's the theme of the game, no rules. So with that in mind, when we get started, I have Mish with me, and I also have Nucleic Light. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
So first thing I always do when I make a brand new game is just start messing with playing cards. So that's what I'm gonna do. I knew what this theme was ahead of time, and I still don't have any idea of what I'm going to make.
Ooh. Hi, Shanti.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
So many people. So exciting.
Just announced the theme for the jam, and the theme is no rules. So anything that inspires you from those two words, no rules.
Oh, I can. Okay, I got that theme. All right. It's changing this.
First place I go to is Mao, like that old game.
Yeah, my cat just jumped in my lap and started meowing in my face.
Nice.
Which is unusual because usually he doesn't like me, but apparently when I'm in a call, I'm suddenly really cool.
He just wants me on stream.
Maybe.
The last time I played Mao, I got in a really big fight and I had to issue a lot of apologies the next day.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Oof.
That game just makes me into an enormous asshole.
No.
Like.
I could, the time I played it with my group, I think we turned the game into an unwinnable state until somebody introduced a new win condition.
Yes.
Right? I think that's what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
So, I was flip-flopping between a theme of no rules and be gay, do crime. But I figured be gay, do crime is kind of in the same branch, except more generalized.
Yeah.
I'm setting up a company called Be Gay and Do Crime.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that on Twitter.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, me and my friend, we currently just do game reviews, but we're planning on expanding eventually.
With Zawadi, right?
Yeah, love her. She's amazing. But she's moving away in 2 weeks actually, and I won't see her for a long time. Adult life. Yeah, she got a job or some nonsense.
Cursing jobs. Capitalism strikes again.
It does. Oh well. But yeah, no rules. I mean, I get a lot of Steve Jackson vibes whenever I hear no rules.
Oh yeah,
Here.
like Munchkin.
Yeah, where all the rules just happen as the game happens.
I'm going to make a clone of this because I've already got lots of cool stuff in here.
Would people consider isolation a content warning?
You mean like being stuck in isolation?
Yes.
It's not a conventional one.
Not a conventional one. Alright, I'm just gonna leave this blank. I'm gonna leave the content warning section blank for now.
Okay.
I can understand it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, because like it's not exactly conventional, but like I don't know all the conventional ones.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think it depends on the group you're in, and
Yeah, because I could imagine I guess the thing is that I could kind of imagine somebody having like, trauma around like almost anything, but like isolation, that's like that reminds me of what's the word? That cruel thing that they do in prisons, solitary confinement.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's. And I was thinking of Matilda, but yeah.
Yeah.
Because I have cousins that, not cousins, I guess, uncles that had that used against them as like domestic punishment, which is gross. But
If you think someone could be bothered by it, then put it in the content warning.
Yeah.
but you could also just, if someone says they're bothered by it, just apologize and then. But yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, because oh, that is difficult.
It's weird because we don't issue content warnings for like violence, and I feel like a lot of people have trauma around that.
Yeah.
If it can get like visceral, then I will put a content warning on it.
Yeah.
If it's gloss over, then it's a big maybe. It kind of depends on the tone in the game to some degree.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a combat simulator game, you know what you're getting into right away.
Oh yeah.
A game about
combat.
A game about telling fun, happy stories to your friends. Yeah, maybe a content warning might be in order.
Yeah, you have to remember that there's games like Uncharted, which are basically like mass murder simulators. But...
Exactly. Right.
I think it's a PG or something. So.
Yeah, but we can be a little more discriminate about what warnings can be in play. Yeah. If they match the overall tone.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to make a be gay, do crime themed game for a while, and I'd always envisioned it as something where like one player defines the rules and the other players have to like try to win in spite of those rules, but was never able to come up with something. And I was just using opacity, like because I already have hand zones set up and everything for it. But I'm thinking like, I feel like maybe there's something here where like one player sets up Parliament, and then like.
Oh, it could be. I mean, it sounds exciting. But it's such a broad thing as well.
Long term's not the right word. Distance is the correct term. Distance. I wrote long-term relations and.
Long
distance relations.
Yeah. It does suck. Thinking, imagining. Player got a bunch of cards in their hand.
No rules. There's another game that has something similar, but it's not. Oh wait, Mao is what I'm thinking of. Never mind. I forgot it was called Mao, and I was just sat here confused, like, what's Mao? And then I remember that, yeah, I was playing Uno the other day, and we were doing custom rules. That's Mao.
Uno seems
Yeah.
like a great card set. Well, like anything with like numbers and suits on it is great for like prototyping. I feel like.
Yeah.
I got one of these Ever decks, which is just like it's just a whole bunch of cards with a
And
whole bunch of
symbols.
different symbols, and like there are pips on some of the cards, and each of them has like an animal with like a weird fancy word to represent it.
Oh.
But I've used it like once.
Yeah. The other game I'm thinking of is Flux. Flux is the game that does that as well. So
Yeah,
Flux
that's
isn't.
another example.
I feel like Flux is not as imaginative as it can be, though. There are some good versions of it, but it runs out of charm very quickly.
But yeah, and like we didn't play test this at all. I feel like yeah, it's like they have like extremely simple base rules, so it's kind of like this, where you introduce new rules as you play.
Yeah. I think I haven't had to use my brain for a while, so this is the thing.
But actually see something like this working. Maybe this is what will be the generation mechanic.
Perfect.
Like, instead of like, so like instead, like every player starts with like 6 cards, but one player starts with like 12 cards and gets to stack Parliament or something, and then they play just like everybody else, but everybody knows that they stack Parliament a certain way.
Brains.
Right. Well, I actually want to try that now, but I'm gonna start a new design instead of just working on opacity version H or whatever comes next.
That seems fair. You can always merge in with the game if it starts looking like it's just a mild fork or something.
Yeah. Alright.
Or you like the mechanic.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna try to think of a game that you could... What would be a game that you could do with absolutely no rules? Because even like Flux and such have like a framework.
Well, yeah, like as you said, it's not necessarily about no rules, but it's about what inspires you to come up with no rules, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going with rules and how they're broken.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
So I've played a lot of games where it's like, if there's a difference between the rules and the card, always follow the card.
Yeah, something like that, right?
I'm imagining there's an anarchist player who's trying to remove the rules as you play.
Yeah. What is it, Flux, where you don't have a win condition until you draw cards with a win condition?
Yeah, you're thinking the right thing.
Yeah, that's definitely Flux. Oh my god, this song just played. I wonder if it's possible to make a game where the framework itself is the thing that's malleable.
Absolutely. Like, have I gotten you to take a look at Wisher Theurgist Thaumaturge yet?
What is that thing called?
I forget. Wisher Theurgist. Let's find it.
Fatalist?
Fatalist, yeah, that's the one.
That's it.
it's terrifyingly meta. And I'm not entirely sure it's playable.
Well, it looks like a TTRPG, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But it's a game about where the people playing the game are the people creating the rules of the game, where each one has different hold over how that rule gets applied, created, and used.
Oh, that's interesting.
But there's still characters in the world that they're playing.
I'm just realizing the acronym is WTF.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is like a joke thing that someone started, and then tweaked.
That's amazing.
I like the idea of different dudes having different aspects of like the framework.
Yeah. So now that I'm thinking about it, I've always played a lot of games where you're competitively trying to build rules to win. But what about games where you cooperatively try to win a game but you don't know what the rules are?
That'd be interesting. I'd love to how you would do that.
Yeah.
Like an induction type. Game.
Legacy games give you that feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I want to try a game like that.
Yeah, that would be an interesting thing. Or like almost like a cooperative programming type thing. Okay. Need some sort of
Yeah. Brains.
what if I make a game with dice? I've never made a game with dice before. Well, actually, I've made one game with dice. Did I ever put that in? I don't think I did. I don't think I ever put gerrymanders in here.
You did at some point, but I don't remember anymore.
Not in Screen Top. Never put it in Screen Top.
Okay.
It's only a print and play.
Wow, you have so many games.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, some of them are not mine. A couple of them. I was just trying to set it up as an experiment, but yeah, I have a lot. Well, like, also 2 of these are for the game jam right now.
Ah. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I can hear my child crying. That means she's home. Brilliant.
Oh, okay.
I just heard screaming. Okay, I'll be back in a bit, hopefully.
Okay.
What?
Good luck.
Okay.
Safety.
Be kind of fun to make a game that you play in Discord.
Oh, I have been wanting to make. Oh, wait, actually, I think I actually even had an idea for something like that. God, what was it? Yeah, I had like an idea. Yeah, I wanted to make a game that you could play in Discord, but I never actually came up with anything. I was thinking of something like almost like a word association type thing, where almost like apples to apples, where like people in the Discord would vote on answers, but that felt like it'd be too egocentric, is what I remember thinking. Now I want to make a Discord game. Yeah, if I
That'd be
make,
easy.
yeah, if I make like a video game, then it's just so much easier to think about things in terms of physical objects. Alright, I'm going to imagine that each player drafts cards almost arbitrarily, and then from there they very Mao style introduce rules to determine, like maybe there'll be like phases. There's like the first phase where you set up rules, and then the second phase where you add more rules, and the third phase where you add even more rules. Or maybe no, maybe it should be the opposite direction. You establish rules and then you slowly remove them. Just to be on theme. Tabs open.
There's no such thing.
Like, I've never actually played Diplomacy, but I hear in Diplomacy you have to literally write out what you're going to do, like in between turns. Is that right?
I think there's like a sheet that helps you. I haven't played it.
Me neither.
It's like a simultaneous reveal of your actions. Maybe
Yeah, I
thinking
think
wrong
there's
here.
something like that. Yeah, it's like you negotiate, and then there's a movement phase where you're actually writing orders to each of your units. I wonder how loose is that?
It was originally designed to be played by mail.
Interesting.
In 1954.
Seems like it's more about like you're doing so many things simultaneously that it makes more sense for you to like write out what you're doing versus like some free form do this unless this or that kind of thing. But what if it was? So, in my game, apologize. I didn't use the restroom body right there.
I'll never forgive you. Huh. When I watch Mr. X stream, I hear a lecture about playgrounds.
Hey, what about playgrounds?
A lecture?
Oh, is that coming from my mic? I'm sorry.
It's not coming from your mic, it's coming from your screen share. It's only when I look at your screen.
Oh, that's weird. Chrome is doing something wacky.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got Big
Right.
Bad Con in the background.
Oh,
It's okay,
interesting.
I can stop it. I also can't
I-
read
I-
the text in. Is there a way to make a screen, like, actually full screen in Discord?
I think you can pop it out.
Yeah, you
I
can
can pop it out, but then there's still, like, everybody else's thumbnails underneath, and like, a bunch of other stuff, so that... it's not-
Oh.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Let me see if I know how to do that.
I'm driving the stream crazy right now.
Oh, if I put it on a bigger monitor, I can read it anyways.
Alright, what do we got here? We got... This is looking... Got lots of different references to players and some actions here. Some clicks working on a player should be the Wanderer. I'm going after a long journey.
Oh, let me roll up to the top so you can so it's
Oh,
easier to understand what this
Home.
is.
Riding home, a game about coming home again. Isolation, long distance relations, potential power imbalance. Oh, we're very familiar with that here. Cool, tell a story about coming home against the odds. Oh, okay.
I'm working on that one. Like,
Okay. A TTRPG, very on brand for you.
yes. What else can I do?
When I was a kid in my school, there were these things called talking games, and it was mostly one kid named Sabella, and she would run these elaborate talking games, which were like RPGs, except the only rule was you told Sabella what you were gonna do, and then she told you what happened. And there was like a Star Wars one, and there's like a Roman campaign where we were all vying for power, and there was like a slave revolt, but the people were all different actors, and she just kept track of all the consequences.
Interesting. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, she was an amazing writer also. But I always think of that when I think of a game without rules, because the only rule is kind of Sibylla decides what happens.
What happens?
And
Oh,
it's always
Shanti.
felt like the most pure RPG experience.
Yeah, it kind of is. Well, as long as everyone's on board with it.
Yeah.
So, Shanti, there's a hide numbers button on the pop-outs screen when you're hovering over the little thumbnails.
Oh,
And that
that's
looks
what
like
I
it
want.
minimizes that.
That's exactly what I wanted. Beautiful,
Oh.
thank you.
Where is that? I remember.
If you full screen a particular person's screen, you can hit a little oval will pop up in the middle saying hide numbers. It doesn't work if you're like seeing like every panel individually.
Got it. Okay, interesting.
And on the kebab menu, there's little check marks for other stuff like non-video people, show me.
Okay.
Oh yeah. My idea was that maybe you could make rules out of 3 parts, and it could be one part is who does the rule apply to, one could be a thing like can't or has to or does at the end of their turn, and then the last part could be what they do.
Okay, so that's what these different card types are. The L is like who it impacts, the M is like the quantifier, and the R is like the action.
Yeah,
Really cool.
that was
Yeah, I
for
like
left,
that.
middle, right to mix and match rules, but I don't think I have good enough actions.
Well, you're still in the early phases where you're trying to get all your verbs put together.
Yeah.
Yeah, like taking a card. Alright, so what I've got right now is that each player brings literally anything, although the rules call out for cards. And then there's a phase where each player writes the rules for the game, and I think I just need to lay some ground rules so people don't do stuff like Zoe wins.
There's a lot of Google results for game with no rules.
Are they mostly dungeons and like TTRPG stuff?
I don't know. There's some kids games,
There's lists of games with concealed
Yeah.
rules.
movies. Oh gosh, no. Why did God give us commandments and rules? Was it to spoil our fun?
That's really targeted.
So, Beth.
This is why anarchy is bad, kids.
Let's see, so...
Oh no, this is a game about why fascism is bad.
Ah,
Start awarding points and penalties and declare winner and loser randomly for the kids. The problem's not the lack of rules, the problem is you. But a game with hidden
Oh.
rules is kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of like what Mao is. It's like
Yeah.
hidden rules, and then you introduce, and then you sort of reveal them as you enforce them.
Whenever I play, someone tells me they won't tell me the rules, and so then I like start hiding my cards and like playing a lot of cards at once, but trying to make it look like one card or things like that.
I mean, that seems like the fair thing to do.
And the penalty is supposed to be to give somebody a card, so if you put down like 6 cards, then it puts them in a weird position of like, do they give you 1 card as a penalty, but then you still got rid of 5 cards.
Yeah.
So they'll usually try to give you 7 cards, and then you can put all those back. But then they get mad at you.
I'm realizing the problem with... I perhaps need to have more structure than what I have in my...
It'd be really difficult to do, right? Because having constraints makes it easier.
Yeah, if somebody's able to bring Monopoly money and their person's bringing poker cards, and they make up rules of their own components, it's like, how do you even decide what the win condition is gonna be? I guess you can each have them each write a win condition, and then the winner is whoever fulfills the most win conditions.
Well, I mean, here, let me link you to something that this sounds like it. That might help guide you a little bit. No, I need the source. The source, not people quoting it. Oh, come on. Close enough. Okay, someone's being sarcastic, but
Oh, Kelvin Ball.
Oh, yeah, Calvin Ball. Oh, Beth is working on something. An idea of blending together all the wild daily holidays that coincide somehow. So she says a one-page, two-sided game where you combine a wild theme, event, holiday, and special circumstance, and the other players each pitch their party planner ideas. Snake oil, apples to apple style, but they're not limited by cards. No rules on their pitches. And the person who needs the party picks their favorite. Okay, or it can be played solo by writing down your own idea for each and maybe journaling about how the party goes. Beth is really good at the journaling games.
yeah.
Oh, what about a game where the components are just like really pretty and fun to put together in different ways?
Oh, like just like action figures.
I was thinking like Tsuro, but yeah, action figures could work.
You know
A
what?
toy is a game with no rules.
The other day, or not the other, I can't remember, I tweeted something to that effect and it got a lot of attention. Whereas like people who buy like expensive board games with miniature, like fancy miniatures, or just want action figures. So now I want to make a game that's playable with like children's toys. But I'm going to actually, that game, with what I have so far, that game is playable with these rules. Alright, I'm going to continue down this path of literally anything, literally any rules.
I have a 12-year-old roommate who just opens all of my board games and takes out the miniatures and then like has massive battles with them.
massive battles, like flinging them at each other.
No, he like arranges them in formations, and then he
Oh.
like builds fortifications for them and has them on like the castle, and there'll be like 3-day wars where the like red team fights the blue team.
Oh wow.
The brown team ends up winning, surprisingly. It's great. He does the same thing with rainbow goldfish.
Oh
Do
really?
you know those?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
the goldfish crackers, right? The cheese ones.
Yeah, but there's one set that you can get them in multicolor, and then there's like 5 different colors of goldfish. So he'll pour out the whole thing of goldfish and then sort them into groups, and then have them do little battles and eat the losers.
Nice. Love that.
It seems great. There really should be more snacks that you can battle.
Yeah, there should be more games with edible components.
I mean, that's kind of normal. I mean, who hasn't played games where licorice are walls and enemies are like cookies or gummy bears or something?
Yeah. Or just savagely eating the head off of all the gummy bears.
Yeah. I mean, that's normal. I think... I don't remember which game it was. I know I was using Oreos for points.
Did you say Oreo points?
Yeah, basically.
What are Oreo points?
They're Oreos that are points.
Oh, okay. Like, instead of like getting like point tokens, you get Oreos.
Yeah, and to use it, you eat it.
Nice.
Or you give it to someone else who wants to eat it, because you don't necessarily have to eat it.
Some people don't eat Oreos. Criminals.
Dude. You give it to someone who can. Or will.
Are
Oreos.
Oreos? Are they vegan?
They're
Yes,
vegan.
they're
Oh,
vegan.
okay.
They're just drenched in sugar.
There's a line of gluten-free Oreos also.
Had no idea.
You want to make sure you can eat Oreos as long as you're in sugar.
This is going to be the closest thing I've ever made to a TTRPG. Yeah, why not? Okay.
Oops.
Google Docs doesn't really have does Google Docs have like a good sidebarring option? Or then you like jam in like a text box kind of deal?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Do you know if Google Docs has like a good sidebar
Oh,
option, or is that a thing I can just, or should I just drop in a text box on this?
you can create a table of contents if that's what you mean.
No, I mean like I got like a two column flow, but I want like a box that's like not part of the flow.
Yeah, probably want a text box.
Xbox, yeah. That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
I think you could create a text box, right?
Yeah, should be able to.
Okay.
And there's options for how you want it to interact with the text, if it's inline or for or something
Okay.
else.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well,
I'm trying not to get myself in trouble here. Should I allow consenting sentient creatures to be components?
there's
I'm
no
a component.
consenting.
I guess it's a dangerous territory when you don't know the rules beforehand. I'm going to remove that.
Yeah, otherwise you're gonna have to have rules about like withdrawing your consent.
Yeah. That'll get too hairy. We'll just... No kink in this game. Alright, let's see. Each
No
player-
rules.
Yeah. Each player writes rules.
Okay, getting better. Maybe it would have been faster to just put these on a spreadsheet by hand.
what's it called in court when you're revealing evidence that you're
Disclosure?
Disclosure. Like,
What phase were you looking at?
where like you've admitted something for evidence, but you must like share it with like everybody, all the parties involved.
That does sound like disclosure.
It probably is. Oh, discovery. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Jamboree.
This is gonna be really light. Can I one column this? Maybe. We'll see.
Hello.
Oh,
Everyone's streaming.
welcome back.
Hi.
So much streaming.
Yeah, lots of people streaming right now. We've got Nick working on a TTRPG. We've got
Ooh.
Shanti working on I believe a card game. And Beth is working on a party or journal game.
Ooh. Very cool.
I think I'm done with cards. Now it's a tile game.
And she looks like she's kind of rolling around a little bit.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a 420 grid of possibilities going on here.
420 grid.
4 by 20.
Oh, 4 by 20. Oh, I see. Wait.
That's a lot. I'm looking at Beth's thread.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Where people will roll 1d20, place a token on that thing, then repeat 3 times till 4 are chosen. Oh, I guess these would be the wild themes, events, or holidays that you would need to like plan for.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of words for the different arcs of play. There's like the early game. I guess there's early, mid, and late game.
I mean, until you get deep, it's usually a good place to start.
Yeah.
4096 is a power of 2, right?
4096? Yes. That is a power of 2.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a power.
It's like 1024 times 4.
I think before.
Yeah, that sounds right. Great. And that's the screen top resolution limit.
Yeah. How are you doing, Mish?
It's been a long day. I'm just, it's 11 p.m. now, so I'm probably going to start winding down for bed, but it's very interesting watching how everyone works here. I do not enjoy being in the opposite time zone.
Yeah, time zones suck.
They do.
Distance is oppressive.
It is. Down with distance.
No, my file is too large.
Damn it,
How do I make you
files.
smaller?
This last words. Well, that reminds me, I wanted to download The Sims. Or nothing on my computer will work. That is also an option.
Doesn't sound good either.
Ah,
Alright. Just want to do a check-in with people, make sure everybody's hydrated, how they're doing, if anybody has something they want to share at this hour in.
I like that you have a hydration alarm.
Hydration's important. I've got like a few milliliters of lemonade left.
I'm drinking Coca-Cola with lime
I got
because I'm
water.
trying.
Water with Leo.
Probably not a bad idea to do a stretch break either.
Yes.
Oh, stretch breaks.
I technically have something playable.
wow.
Nice.
Technically.
Technically.
I love it.
This is the most technical of technically.
Does anyone have a polygon path for a hexagon?
I think you could set a hexagon in screen top under shape. I think there's one for hexagon. Or if you do, yeah, for polygon you could do 6 sides, right?
Oh.
Or
Polygon. Great. Flat top. Yeah.
I do have a script if you need to like do like a snap point grid of them.
Ooh. We'll see. I might need
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I've heard that the right size for stuff is 72 DPI for screen top, and then things work better. Does anyone else? Can anyone confirm or deny that?
72 DPI.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
I've just been using whichever DPI is the greatest that I could fit within the 40 by 4096 sheet.
I mean, when you're choosing the what size a thing should be,
Oh, I haven't
like
actually sailed on
72 units
anything.
to inch.
I haven't actually sailed on anything.
All my work is text. I can't really help much either.
According to these rules, I could play by myself, so I'm gonna do a solo play.
Yeah.
Although I imagine
I'll observe your solo playtest.
I have to imagine that this game is bulldogs. I mean, because like
Wait, you
if I'm
have
playing by
rules?
yeah, I have rules. I'm gonna share this and I'll make a thread in the channel with this. I need to think of a game name for this.
Oh.
This is really just Calvin Ball, like to the extreme.
Jesus. No, Jesus. Sorry.
Can I have your hex grid script, Zoe?
Yes. Let me see if I can find it. And they're flat topped, right? There's like a different one if they're flat.
They are flat topped. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, let's see. Alright, I'll share this. Okay, so I hope this works. I guess we'll find out.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure. I'm gonna be seeing some friends tonight. I wonder if I could. This requires like a level of creativity that I think most people aren't expecting when they come to like a game.
Yes.
I mean, do you want me to bring the stack of nonsense?
Stack of nonsense.
I can bring a stack of nonsense.
Oh, you mean like for this game that I've made where
Yeah.
you play with literally anything? Oh, the only
Yes.
required components is lined paper. Actually, did I even say? I guess I need to say. Because the only restriction is that your rules have to fit on a single line of paper and must be legible.
Well, I can't play this game then.
No, shit, 1 second.
Are you okay?
Hope you're okay.
That's sorry, my wife scared me. Sorry?
Oh, we just wanted to make sure you were okay.
Oh yeah, then I won't leave the cats in the toilet. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I thought she was asleep, so it was a bit. Ah. There are people.
When did you write this function, Zoe?
Somebody was going to ask for a guided prototyping session for ScreenTop, and they were working with like hexagons, and so I tweaked another script because somebody had shared one on ScreenTop, but it only worked for pointy topped. So this is like a modified version of that script to work with flat topped. I hope it works.
Your function's named edit anchor, and it wants it to be named update anchor.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, I wonder if they changed the... Is it working?
Yeah. I think it worked.
Okay.
Okay, this coffee is annoying me. God damn it.
It's overlapping a tiny bit, but it's pretty close.
Told it to do 0.
Wait, you do JavaScript in ScreenTop?
Yeah.
You can use JavaScript to do some of the bulk scripting and bulk editing. It looks like it's
That's really cool.
just a scotch. I suspect my script is off with its math.
Oh no, my tiles have a bleed on them.
I don't know if you need to define pi, but it looks pretty hard. So I guess you defined pi really well, so it's probably not a problem. Pretty cool. Okay, I need to go for now, but it's nice hearing from you all. I'll hopefully join again sometime.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Catch you another time. Good night.
Good night.
Oh. I'm starting to realize this is more about a game. This is more of a game about writing legible rules and being able to convince people that your interpretation of somebody else's rules are correct.
Oh. That used to be my favorite part of Magic the Gathering when I was a kid, before we actually understood the rules.
starting to be a unreasonable amount of rules for this game about me. I'm like starting to like think through my head like, oh, what happens when people write contradictory rules, or what if people agree to the rules and then mid-game they have a disagreement, and now I'm having to write rules for those edge cases.
Can you write a dispute resolution process that...
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm writing a dispute resolution process and introducing penalties for when this happens.
Alright, I think I'm done.
Oh, yeah? Oh. Excuse me. So, a game about coming home again. Let's see. So this is, so the goal for this is to tell a story about coming home and why you can't. Ooh. What you'll need is a book, one or more friends, a way to communicate asynchronously. For example, passing paper or a texting application. And this is a collaborative storytelling game with some adversarial yet amicable relations. And there's a recommendation for safety tools. So who is who? One player should be the wanderer, coming home alone after a long journey. The other players are the concern, ensuring that the wanderer comes home safely. Establish the setting. Take some time to craft a scenario. As the wanderer, think about the following questions. Where did you go? Why are you coming back? What is your conveyance? As the concern, think about the following questions. What changed since they left? Could anyone not want their return? Why did you send them there? The flow of play. The report. Write home. As the wanderer, lead off by writing a missive back to the concern. Include some details about where you left and why you left before schedule. Keep the details fairly light, you might be in a hurry. The response. As the concern, write back to the wanderer. Ask invasive questions about what they did, why they left early, etc. As a part of the response, cite a rule that the wanderer must follow, or an issue which the wanderer must address. The journey. The wanderer's response. Consider the demands of the concern. Answer as truthfully as you can. They may still be friends, but do tell them why you cannot comply with their rule, or how their issue doesn't apply. End by telling them something new and how much closer you are to home. Concern's response. Consider the bravery and recklessness of the wanderer. Uh-oh. I can't read it.
Oh.
There it goes. Okay. Did they answer your questions? Write back with more questions. Questions about their health, about what happened, about missing or misleading details, etc. As before, end by citing a rule that the wanderer must follow, or issue which the wanderer must address. And in the end, once there are no more questions or the wanderer has declared it thus, the wanderer is home safe. Take a few moments to debrief, talk about your feelings and thoughts with one another. Check in and make sure everyone's okay. Well, that's an interesting game. So it's you're like having this back and forth of like, of why you have to come home, and the concern of like, what are you doing? Why aren't you sticking to the plan?
Why are you doing this?
Yeah, you have to do this, and the wanderer being like, no, I can't.
Yeah. So a couple more points down below about like how to deal with like multiple people and the nature of the synchronous play. It felt weird to put them on its own page, but I mean the core game's that one, and then the rest is just the. Oop, this seems to be a different word.
Nice. Was made on the unceded land of the Kid Nation.
Took some effort to figure out whose land we're actually living on right now.
Oh, that is a very interesting. I have no idea whose colonized land we're currently living on.
Apparently, we're like overlapping. We're in like 3 overlapping nations.
It is very interesting.
So they got some websites out there too.
We'll have to look into that. That's
People
an
are-
interesting line to add to the rule. I think I might want to start doing that myself.
I found a couple other games. I think it's worthwhile, especially here in the States.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think just acknowledging the fact that we're on colonized land is a good thing, if only to start a conversation.
Yeah. And as usual, I'm throwing this under CC as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some like copy edit stuff, but I think I'm good.
Nice. All right, we have, for example, where our first completed game of the first ever Jamboree, Game Jamboree.
That was a fast game production.
Yeah.
What a one-page RPG doesn't take a whole lot. It's not like I'm putting together like thousands of pages of rules. Or I can't.
I almost had something done, but then I started playtesting in my head, and I was like, oh, I have to make things for this and this, and also it was inspired by the name I randomly came up with, Legislated. This is going to be a game about rules lawyering, I think. Just
Yeah, it kind of is already, isn't it?
Yeah. Right. Think I've got enough here. Maybe. I'm gonna do a head play test. Oh yeah, I forgot. I wanted to add a line about if you wanted to draw like an illustration. I don't know if I should allow that. I feel like that leads to some really hairy territory.
I want a rules lawyer an illustration.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe it's an expansion.
Right. So my game Legislated is a game about drafting rules with a common set of components. During the setup phase, the only required components are paper and writing instruments. A single page of the same type of paper must be provided to each player, along with a means of writing on the paper. It is recommended but not required to have objects to designate a defendant and plaintiff in the event of a contradiction. It is recommended but not required to have objects to denote lawyer fee penalties. Bring any non-living components you desire for the game, for example cards, dice, meeples from our games, goldfish, crackers, action figures. In the legislation phase, each player writes rules for the game with the following caveats. Rules cannot call out anything outside of the components made available during the setup phase, and specific identifying characteristics of players cannot be part of the rules. For example, no rules saying players with red hair, but you can say your left neighbor. Each rule must be legible with standard reading glasses and fit on a single row of paper. You may include a simple illustration provided it is attached to a single rule. Your rules cannot impact the setup,
Legible with
legislation-
standard reading glasses?
I'm not sure. I wanted to make sure that like nobody was like, here it's legible as long as you have this magnifying glass.
Why am I being attacked?
Yeah. Ryan with your really tiny handwriting.
What are standard reading glasses?
I'll change that to without a magnifying instrument. Well, I guess glasses
No,
are
no,
kinda like that, right?
That's really funny.
Your rules cannot impact the setup, legislation, or discovery phases, but they can impact the early, mid, and late game phases. Each player must have one starred win condition rule, following the above restrictions, and players can only win during the late game phase. And then the discovery phase is that you share the rules clockwise and read them over. Each player may cross off a single non-starred rule from any single rule sheet during this phase. You may see all the rule sheets before deciding which rule to cross off. Once all rules have been reviewed, place them in a location accessible to all players. Players may ask for clarification of the rules during this phase and make adjustments to the rules, provided all players review them before the early game phase. Early game phase, as defined by the rules reviewed during discovery. Same for mid-game, and late game is similar, except it says the player to achieve the most win conditions wins. In the event of a tie, the player with the least lawyer fees. And then contradictions. If after the discovery phase there's a dispute over the rules, the first player to bring up an issue with the rules takes on the role of the plaintiff and may immediately declare their interpretation of the rules. Another player may choose to provide an alternate interpretation and take on the role of the defendant. If no one agrees to become the defendant, the plaintiff updates the rules with their interpretation, receiving no lawyer fee penalties. Otherwise, both the plaintiff and the defendant each receive a single lawyer fee penalty and make cases for their rules interpretation. Remaining players vote for one of the players' interpretations, with whoever receives a majority winning. If neither player receives a majority, the plaintiff wins. The winner updates the rule with their interpretation. And that's the whole game.
That's cool.
It's not playable with one or even two players, I think. I think it needs
Because you have to vote.
players.
You want more.
You need at least 3 players, because otherwise it'll just be like 2 players and 1 player bullying the rules. The more assertive player bullying the rules to be their way.
4 will be better because then there's 3 people to vote.
Yeah.
Oh wait, but maybe there's 2 people arguing? Maybe,
Well,
huh.
3 would be the minimum, because there would be the defendant and the plaintiff, and then the third person would vote on whose rules they agree with.
Right. Okay, that's good.
I don't know why I wrote it on here. Alright. Bring this to a session sometime, see how it plays. It will be... The only problem is I can't do it in screen top because, well, I guess I could, but it would just have to be using Discord, and And there'd have
Can
to be
you-
like a character limit or something.
Can you do it in a Google Doc?
Yeah. Google Doc would probably work. Yeah, so I could do like a playtest where we're using like a Google Doc and then just, but the only other problem is that it's with screen top, you have to like define all the components ahead of time. You can't really like decide to arbitrarily bring in something new. Can you do that in Playground? I haven't used Playground enough to know what kind of nonsense you could do with it.
There's like a chest of common components that everyone can access.
Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe that would work then.
You could provide, like, you could make a screen top that has a lot of common components in it and give everyone a chest.
Yeah.
It doesn't work to have two people editing it on screen top at the same time, does it?
I don't. Yeah, I was trying that once, I think last week with Prey, and it was not. It doesn't quite update as fast as you would like. It doesn't seem like it was meant for multiple people to be editing it at the same time.
That makes sense.
Okay, I guess I need to make it a requirement that I need to figure out some way to because like if nobody makes a rules declaration of when you transition from early game to mid game, then that will never happen. Maybe I could like set a default of a timer or something, or I don't know. Is it even necessary to have different phases? I want to allow for players to define like a clear common phases of the game where things happen, like setting it, or like drawing components and using components when a winner is actually declared.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could let people make those rules.
Yeah. I just have to like, in the same way that I define like a win, like rules on like each player defines a win condition and whoever achieves the most wins, I need to like have like a seamless way of synchronizing all the rules. Because if multiple players say, well, I guess it would just be the first condition to be met. Maybe. I just know there's going to be some chaos players that are like immediately jump. Well, I guess if you had a rule like that, then surely one player would be like, okay, we're not going to have your chaos rule of skipping straight to the mid game.
Okay. And we have it posted to Itchy.
Wait, you made a game and got it published in that time? Wow.
Well,
Wow.
yeah. I mean, it's a 1-page RPG. I might as well throw on Itch.io and think about what kind of photograph I need to do later for it. Maybe I find a horse somewhere.
A horse?
I mean, a cover image is nice, but it's not required. I'll go off the camera later if I can pull off.
Shanti, is this the plant game that you were working on last night?
No. It's a different thing that I did a long time ago, a while ago. It's like a prototype that I've just had on the shelf,
Oh, nice.
and I'm just harvesting the assets from it.
It's very cool looking.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Was something with good that looked cool. I'm very proud of this art.
It's nice art.
Thanks.
You just made this in screen top too, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, let's see. How...
There's all those great screen top tutorials floating around now.
Yeah, somebody made those. Let's see. I never made anything in tabletop playground. But I playtested a lot of people's games on it. Object library. There are a lot of... There are dominoes and dice. And I am I in the game right now? Okay, I got distracted. I can't remember how I started this room. Start game. Start empty table. So yeah, I could fully start an empty table and be like, go into the... I don't know if I need to make people admins or something. Just tell everybody go into the object library and spawn whatever they want.
Uh-huh.
They're gonna get mad at me. They're gonna be like, you're just trying to trick us into designing your next greatest game.
fair complaint.
Yeah, I know. It's very valid. There we go. Yeah, I could totally do this. I don't know if I will, but I'll totally do this. Maybe I'll make it pretty and put it on itch.io. Maybe that's what I'll do now. Do what Brian just did. Turn it into a fancy one-page thing that people can download off of itch.io.
It's a good feeling, isn't it? Just
Yeah.
alright, screw it, whatever. This is one I itch now.
Yeah. Yeah, you could buy this now.
In college, I was like kind of proud of an essay I wrote once, and I put a link to the Google Doc somewhere and made it just like a public Google Doc. I can't even remember where I shared it. Some social media site that was like that I wasn't very invested in. And then every few years, I get a notification that someone has looked at it and messed with it. Made suggested edits, which are always just like someone accidentally pressed the spacebar, and so it reports it as a suggested edit.
I have the exact same thing where I made a fan faction for Root, and and like for some reason people like kind of dug it, and so to this day I'll get like email notifications that are like somebody suggested a change to like your fan faction.
Cool, wild,
Yeah.
and slightly obnoxious.
Yeah. I'm like, I play tested that like 2 times.
Yeah, I think I got a B on that paper. And it has markup from my professor on it.
The strange permanence of the internet. I'm not used to having half my screen taken up like this. This is the only way I'll notice messages and stuff. Where was I? Okay, yeah. I need to make this legible and pretty and have margins and stuff.
Okay.
I think I can contort the rationale behind the cryptid games that might be able to fit in this jam.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got 2 hours. You could, if that's with your track record, you could make and publish another game.
I mean, this template's what I used for Beth's game jam, like late last year, I think it was.
Oh, you mean the TTRPG one?
The 0 hour one.
Oh, that one. The 1 hour, yeah. The 1 hour game jam for the daylight saving.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do it. It's the same. It'll be a contortion, but I can jam it in there.
What's the most legalese font? Is that just Arial?
Courier?
Courier maybe.
Times New Roman?
Maybe Times New Roman.
Check to see if the stream. Oh, stream did not carry over. I think. Yeah, stream did. Oh, did it? Yeah, stream did carry over. Cool. Ah.
It's hydration check time.
Oh, I've been hydrating, but I able to get stretch.
Yeah. Time for stretches. Time for hydrating.
It's time for pudding.
Time for pudding.
I would say no some cheese. I will do so. Be back.
Pudding time!
Oh yeah.
Oh, the default meeple in tabletop or in screen top is it's just a red square with a path.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, I remember when I made one. It's like, oh yeah, everything is just tiles.
Can't have more than 10 seats.
Oh really? That's the max number of seats?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Why can't you have 10-player games? Yes. You can have 10-player games in tabletop play.
Oh yeah,
Oh you can? Oh interesting.
pretty sure. it's like set up for there's at least a lot of player color things.
Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, that's right. There's like probably like 12 or 16 or something different colors, or maybe even more.
Yeah. Oh, I guess a good way if you just check when you're setting up your server how many seats you can give it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can have 16 players. How about that? How do I make this look more legally? I guess I have lawyer papers. Take a look at those. Usually look like forms. Well, no. Like a, just usually a lot of like bullet points and stuff. Keywords are all capitalized. Why am I resurfacing trauma? That penguin?
Yes. Okay, what? Ooh. Wait, is that a rule? Wait, you can't set interact policies for components. Only for containers.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting.
So I can't make it so you can only move your own penguin.
Oh, interesting.
That's good. I was about to make a rule.
No rules.
Okay, if you could play with these volcano and mine tiles, what else would you want there to be? Besides penguins, obviously.
Besides penguins and volcanoes and plants. What are the penguins doing? Are they trying to survive the volcano? Are they trying to capture the volcano? Perhaps they're lava swimming penguins.
Yeah. Maybe there should be fish.
Yeah,
That's a good
lava
point.
fish.
Ooh.
Oh, cute.
I know you all are thinking this is a clear copyright violation, and my response to that is no rules.
Where's that fish from?
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh.
If you want to make a dice in screen top, do you just make a counter and press Z on it?
There's a separate dice and counter component, so you would have to make a dice.
Okay.
But they use
Die.
asset sheets in the exact same way.
Yeah. Okay. If you search Google for spinner, it gives you a spinner widget.
Oh wow, I didn't know you could do that. Huh. That's kind of cool. Oh, there's all sorts of different ones.
You can choose between number or fidget.
I can make like a metronome. There's so many tones here. Pretty cool.
Have you played the game Roll?
Roll? I don't think I have.
It's like this, but it's a incremental upgrade game. So you can upgrade the dice that you're rolling. You start with the dice. You can roll dice 2,500 times, and when you roll the dice, your pips like fly off into your score, and you can use your score to buy upgrades to your dice.
Oh,
And
so
then your
it's like
score is Yeah, and then your score is how many points you're left with after 2,500 rolls.
It sounds like a cookie clicker.
Kind of, but it like has a definite end. After
Oh,
2,500
okay.
rolls, you get a high score.
Okay.
And the upgrades are kind of interesting. There's a pretty cool interface where it like when you apply an upgrade, you apply it to one face of one dice, and it fans out or it unfolds all the dice so you can see all the faces. So the upgrades are kind of interesting decisions, and there's some interesting synergies, but it remains that what you're doing is rolling dice. And to me, it feels like this just like terrible critique of a ton of different games that I love, and it makes me feel bad. But I think it's, and also the person who made it definitely wasn't trying to make a critique of those games.
It just happened.
Yeah.
I've been typing this word so many times it has lost all meaning. Ugh,
What word?
Encryptid. Every other line.
I keep getting confused and thinking I'm looking at Discord, but I'm actually looking at Zoe's Twitch stream.
This is not how I imagined the dream going. Me writing what looks like a very legal document.
It is a choice. Certainly.
The theme is no rules. Let me draft a legal document.
Homely is not the right word. Okay. I might need a little assistance with point. I'd like to keep this as a one-page thing again, but I can only... Ooh, no, never mind. It stays one page.
This is a goofy dice.
Oh. Well, like, how would you know which face got rolled? Or, oh, is it... Oh, it's a spinner.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Huh, interesting. Oh, that's really clever. Yeah, I guess that's how you would have to do a spinner then, huh?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
I
this will
can't
work.
think of another way. Oh, interesting. like very gross.
What? No, it's too long.
Fairly appropriate.
Yes. Okay. I'm convinced that this thing needs a content warning on it. I'm also convinced it doesn't. Like, what I'm feeling is this really needs like good safety tools attached to it.
Oh yeah, yeah, I could see that.
What are safety tools?
Oh, safety tools are a set of meta. I don't use the word metagame. Like outside of the game tools that a table can use. Say, hey, what we're doing here is something I'm not entirely comfortable with. Let's slow it down or halt. Right. So like the popular one is the X card. Like if someone starts bringing up like, violence and gore, and you're feeling a little traumatic about that, you can just reach out, hit that card on the table, and basically play halts. The table discusses what needs to be done to divert from that subject, and then picks it back up again.
Okay.
It's mostly used to avoid like putting people into bad scenarios that they don't want to be in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm familiar with similar tools for sex, but not games.
Yeah, but it's. I think a lot of the tools are coming out of like that community too, or at least they're being adopted from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what my hot take was that the King BDSM community is having some of the most nuanced, mature conversations about these kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
We treat
yeah,
them
so-
like the
'cause they-
dregs of society.
Because they have to. It's really important to make sure that everyone's on board with what needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Okay. This is a very twisted one, but I'm reasonably certain it will fit under the themes of the game jam, and Encryptid Communications is now complete.
Oh, yeah, you changed the title to Encryptid Communication.
Yes.
Oh, encrypted. Oh, that's nice. Encrypted Communications. Awesome. Did you put this on the itch.io already?
No, I just barely finished like a couple seconds ago.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm writing this document in Infinity. I guess I'm just.
Do you want it to?
Prettier. But this could have easily been a Google Doc. In fact, it'd probably be. This is probably one of the few things that would have been easier in a Google Doc.
Yeah. The things you're doing are stuff it's actually really good at.
Do a couple. Let me do a task on consistency.
Yes! How does it work so perfect? The screen top dice roll animation is perfect for spinners.
Oh wait, what? I'm sorry. I gotta take a look at this.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
This is
Oh my god.
The dice roll animation is just making the dice spin, which looks kind of stupid for dice, but it's
It's
perfect. For a
perfect,
spinner.
yeah.
Oh, my screen's going at 15 FPS, but it looks good.
That's awesome. Oh, that makes me want to make more spinner games than screen top.
A lot
Amazing.
of publishers hard no when they hear your game has a spinner.
Oh, they don't like those?
Yeah. I made a physical prototype of this volcano game, and it has a like tiered board so that the center of the volcano is up a little bit from the next ring out and is up a little from the next ring out. It's amazing. And there's a spinner on the very top.
Hey,
It's like a co-op game against the lava. And so you flip after each turn, you have to spin the spinner to see which way the lava goes down the volcano.
oh, that's cool. And then
That's
you,
nice.
Like, and then you like add cards to those spots.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's fish too in the lava. Lava fish.
Uh-huh. Those aren't in the one that I designed, but
That's so cool.
if I lock the spinner, can I still spin it? Yes. Good. It's kind of hard to see though.
Yeah, it needs more contrast with the lava.
Yeah.
What's kind of funny about writing the rules book this way is that I feel emboldened to like make references to other parts of the rule book.
That's what I mean. That's what the whole numbered outline is for.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The laws I read are always like no one shall no one shall claim damages unless as defined in section 1F.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
Change the name. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Okay, Encryptid Communications is now on itch.io.
Alright.
So you've made 2 games in this jam so far.
Yes, they're all very simple. Like, I don't have to worry about artwork or components or...
Can you link it? Because I don't actually think I've ever seen your itch.io page. Or if I have, I never linked it.
Let me find it. I'll just put in H. Which chat do you want it in?
The game Jamboree.
Ah, perfect. I'll put both of them in there.
Okay. Encryptid Communications. Yeah, I'm not going to put my credit card information online right now.
It's just a download now. Just grab it.
I know.
It's free.
It is. But this one is different from the writing home one you did, huh?
Yes.
Oin Romancers.
Yeah, that's the 0 hour one. I think the alternative title was "Please go to sleep."
I'm going to read this one because I thought this was like I thought it was a rebrand of the other one.
Oh no, it's
It's
an entirely different game.
2 games, 1 jam. Okay, let's see. Encryptid Communications, game about coming out as a cryptid. Ooh, what is this? A game about sharing yourself. Brought to you by Knife Bunny Game Jamboree. Content warnings coming out. Goals: to tell a story about coming to terms with yourself publicly, but only to a few friends. What you'll need is this book, one or more friends, a way to communicate as a group, such as texting or group chat. It's a collaborative story.
First page is identical to the other one.
I use the same template. It makes it easier.
narrative storytelling game about talking about yourself and slowly revealing more. So who is who? One player should be the cryptid, ready to announce it to the world, at least the small slice of the world as their friends. The other players are the friends, who may or may not be fellow cryptids, who are there to be encouraging, but maybe a bit nosy. The cryptids. As the cryptid, you do want to come out to your friends, but you are, of course, nervous about doing so. As such, drop hints in your conversations, allude to your true nature, but don't outright come and say it. The friends. As the friend, you've long suspected your friend might not have the same face that they're using as their avatar, but they seem to be willing to talk about it now, if only obliquely. Try to get them to open up, with slightly pointed, yet gentle questions. Communication. No deletion, as this is about being forthright and bold. Just start talking. Don't look back. Don't hold back. And most importantly, don't delete anything. Yes, this means all typos, bad phrasing, awkward wording. It all stays. No call out. Also, since this is about being gentle, don't call out anyone specifically. If you're responding to a question or posing a question, let it be for all to interact with. Yes, this means that the chat will be wild and free. Invasiveness. If things are getting too invasive or personal, just walk away. Alternatively, pause the game and, player to player, talk about what happened and what can be changed to make it better. The flow of the game. As the cryptid, your goal is to slowly, gently, and above all, indirectly, get the members of the chat to figure out you're a cryptid, with bonus points if they can figure out what sort of cryptid. Talk about everyday events, what happened to you today, what your interests are, and respond to friendly questions from your friends, if you think they might apply to you. As a friend, your goal is to make your fellow friend, who might be a cryptid, feel welcomed at home, and to figure out what sort of cryptid they might be, and celebrate them. Talk about everyday events, what happened to you today, what your interests are, and respond to friendly questions from your friends, if you think they might apply to you. The end. Either celebrate being a cryptid with friends, or allow the group to move on, and find out another day. Either way, the game is over when people think it should be. Awesome. So, do the players know at the beginning who the cryptid is? Like,
yeah, I think they should. On a metagame level, they should know.
Okay. Because I feel like this could almost be like a social deduction, like TTRPG.
You absolutely could do it that way if you want to say, no, they don't know.
Like, you randomly assign one of the people.
You randomly assign one. You randomly assign one or more people to be decrypted.
Yeah. Interesting. Cool. Well, congratulations.
2 very easy games, because it's all text.
I was not expecting to have playable games come out of this, to be honest. I didn't think 4 hours would be enough time, but I guess for TTRPGs you could... No offense, you can make those relatively quickly.
Yes.
I can't.
Yeah, I can actually. I say that, but I cannot.
It depends on your scope, right? Like, I explicitly went down and said I want to make a 1-page, very limited scope game. Like, near one of these will take more than, 15-30 minutes to complete, to be honest. Right?
Yeah. I'm very bad at that. But yeah, you've got the mindset for making these tabletop. Water drink.
Speaking of water,
and the experience for making these kinds of games, and I just cannot wrap my head around making them. Hydration check. We are 75% of the way into the jam. Brian's finished 2 games. And Shanti, how are you doing on your game?
It might be done. It's playable.
Yeah, I see you got a spinner, you've got fish, you got penguins. What more do you need? I could
Mhm.
already see how you could play this.
I could make it. No, it won't let me.
Dude, there are no rules. But yeah, I could join the... Oops. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Alright, I'm gonna shrink this from that. Alright. We are penguins. There are 10 seats. I'm gonna be a red penguin. He's red. I'm gonna move this penguin now. And I wanna spin this. Oh, I can't spin it. Oh, there's
You
lava
can't spin it?
everywhere. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Uh-oh. There's lava coming towards me. I'm gonna spin this again. Oh no! Penguin, watch out! Oh no! And the fish. Oh no! I feel like I've
I'm gonna
played
grab the
prototypes
fish.
of less. Like... Is this the... Oh, okay. For a second I thought they flipped into green.
Oh, that would be brilliant. I should do that. Good feedback.
Yeah. There are these... There's like these... Oh, okay, so there's also like a lava equivalent of these like ones that don't seem to have... Oh, actually, these are part of the board, though. These green corners.
Yes, they
I
are.
kept trying to pick them up. Oh, but there are
There's-
like tile versions.
Yeah. There's those ones.
This is remind me of Moana.
Of Moana?
Yeah, of the what's Tahiti or the
Oh, yeah.
except there weren't penguins and sonic piranhas.
But imagine the movie it could have been.
Yeah, a real missed opportunity.
Yeah, Disney was sleeping on that.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to finishing my legal document.
The game is looking really good though. The colors are nice. It looks like it should flow pretty well.
Yeah, I actually really like the contrast between the lava tiles and the plant tiles. At least
Yeah.
have, like the same structure.
Thank you. Yes, yeah. I mean, I did a lot of work previously to do that.
It shows.
I'll probably just copy this and make that game actually go into screen top sometime. Maybe it needs icebergs.
It's my water.
.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. Yep. Oh yeah, player is way better than each player.
Yeah.
You need a here and after referred to as player at the beginning.
Rules cannot refer to. I'm sorry.
At the beginning, you need one of those like humans playing this game here and after referred to as player.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll stick that up here. Make that 1.1. What I have on my clipboard. Okay.
Ooh, I can shuffle the tiles on this giant grid.
Oh, I know, that's one of my favorite things about Screen Top.
Uh-huh. I was really hoping I could turn a component into a container just by changing the JSON.
Oh, that would have been nice.
I also can't just copy the JSON from my penguin into my container.
You can't. I'm sorry. What was that?
I want to make my penguins into containers so they can hold the fish.
Oh.
It won't let me just copy all of the JSON from the penguin into a new container. I don't quite understand the validation.
That's too bad. That's a shame.
Oh, maybe I just... Okay, I just didn't match my braces right. I think it works. can't believe JSON doesn't allow trailing commas. Absurd.
That is absurd.
Okay. You can't make a component that can contain itself.
No reflection. That's too bad.
Yeah, I wanted to make it so that a fish had a line anchor that could hold other fish, and then I could make it so the fish were like following each other around. Instead, the fish will have to follow the penguins.
Here.
Just need to do it, but I think I've got like really gross legal document ready. Oh yeah, change all capitalized and gross.
Oh yeah. Why do they do that?
I don't know.
Maybe they didn't know how to make things bold.
Aren't these like stenography machines?
I think stenography recordings look very different because words that sound the same are supposed to look the same.
You're probably right.
Because the stenographer is not supposed to guess which homonym you're using,
Yeah, that makes sense.
which is kind of cool. Oh, I like that idea.
Oh, looks like Beth's got her shindig up.
Oh yeah.
Whoa!
Shindig. Alright. So, About My Shindig is a game about, well, throwing parties. Each round, one player will be the Shindig thrower, and the rest of the players will be the party planners. The Shindig thrower will randomly select an event, like a doggy wedding. The holiday... Wait, I'm sorry. The Shindig thrower will randomly select an event, like a doggy wedding. The holiday, the event will take place on, like, Talk Like a Pirate Day, a location, like an abandoned theme park, and a special circumstance, like that their dog is a huge fan of Poofan throat singing. After weaving together a wacky tale of why they want this particular
Soiree.
Yes, that. Each of the party planners will have 1 minute to pitch their own personal party idea. Once the pitches are complete, the Shindig thrower will choose their favorite and why, awarding them a point in the process. Whoever has the most points after each player has been the Shindig thrower once or twice wins. You'll need 1 20-sided dice or random number generator website app, 4 tokens, a score pad and something to write on, and optionally 1 current player marker if you're feeling fancy. How to play? First, choose the starting Shindig thrower. Either choose randomly, or if you're an exciting, fun-loving group of people, whoever most recently threw a party for someone is the first Shindig thrower. Next, the Shindig thrower should randomly, with a 20-sided die, pick all 4 of their needs one at a time from the chart on the next page. Place a token or marker on each to easily remember them. Once all 4 are chosen, the Shindig thrower must explain their needs to the other players, the party planners, and explain why they need this particular Shindig. Starting clockwise from the Shindig thrower, each party planner should take turns pitching their own personal Shindig and why it's so perfect for the Shindig thrower. Each party planner gets 1 minute, so think and speak quickly. Once each party planner has pitched, the Shindig thrower picks their favorite and explains why. This party planner receives 1 point. If each person has been the Shindig thrower twice, or once if playing a quicker game, but choose this before starting, the game ends. See winning the game below. If not, the next person in clockwise order becomes the Shindig thrower, repeating the above steps, aside from choosing the starting Shindig thrower. Winning the game. Whoever has the most points wins. In the case of a tie for first place, if at least one player isn't tied for the lead, all players not tied should, together, play once more as Shindig throwers. With the tied players as the only party planners, each Shindig thrower takes turns, again in clockwise order, awarding a point to their favorite Shindig. If this still ends in a tie, or if all players were tied in the first place, then all tied players share the victory. Okay. Nice. Good job, Beth. I like this. It's like got all the bones of a game like Apples to Apples, but on a single sheet of paper and a die. Alright, we got 20 minutes left in the jam too, so squeezing in right under the deadline? Question mark?
The agreed upon endpoint.
Oh wow, I can just barely fit this. So I can have like some garbage up at the top for each number and stuff. Most gross rules I've ever written.
You mean the finest?
The finest. I don't think even my gerrymandering game has grosser rules than this. Oh, I didn't capitalize.
Contradiction is. Uh-huh.
Uh-oh. Oh no. It doesn't fit on one line anymore.
Oh, I hate it when that happens. And I was like, yes, it. Oh no, it's not the right length anymore. I got like one character in the next line.
Okay.
Wait, does every rule fit on one line?
Almost all of them do. I think there's a couple exceptions down here. Oh man, I should do that to be consistent with like the rule that I have. The rules have to fit on a single line.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
That would be nice if we pull it off.
This is the. All right. Well, now I have to do that. See if I could maybe change these so they fit on a single line. I could totally make this one line.
Oh man, that's kind of a hint to players too. You could make a rule where it's like, rule number 1, like, players who don't touch their nose are considered no-nose players. And then on another line, have a rule about no-nose players. Like, you could break a rule into multiple lines.
Yeah. Oh no, do I have to have a clarification on what happens when you removing a rule breaks the other rules? Well, I guess then you'd have to write a clarification. Like half the game is just gonna be writing the rules.
Oh look, a 4th game.
Oh, 4th game. Rule breaker.
It's not going up in itch.io. I don't like it. It needs it either needs more work or needs to be deleted. But it exists. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it for now. Like, can come back to it.
We've got 18 minutes. I gotta squeeze these into a single line in the next 18 minutes.
You very frequently don't have periods in places where I expect periods to be.
Who, me or?
Me, probably.
Nucleic light.
Yeah.
I should go put some periods in. For some reason, I kind of treat this like presentation writing for some reason. I don't know why.
Huh, I wonder why. I have like a habit of putting too many periods sometimes. Like even on like a reference card where like it's not even a complete sentence. I'm just so used to punctuating everything.
Well, like, for some reason, like, half the time my mind's in, oh, hey, this is for other people, therefore it's a presentation, periods only are interstitial. I don't get.
Interstitial?
Like, they're only for in between other sentences.
Oh. Oh, interesting.
It never told me to break the rule.
Oh, the rule?
In Rule Breaker.
The idea behind it is... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
There's like a lot of setup, and then on the last day, it just asks, was there another outcome possible? But I really expect, like, because of the title, I read the whole thing being like, okay, now am I going to break the rule? Now am I going to break the rule? Now am I going to... And I didn't. It didn't tell me to break the rule.
Yeah, there's no rule about breaking the rule.
It's called Rule Breaker!
Yes. Conceptually, the idea is you're supposed... Ideally, I should put that, make that more explicit.
I'm not saying it's bad, but it definitely evoked emotional reaction from me. You can even shuffle things that aren't in a container?
Cool.
Oh yeah, you can shuffle. It's when they're in multiple separate containers that it's harder to shuffle them.
Yeah.
Power.
Oh, and I can rotate them all. And some of the things that you can shuffle can have things inside them. I should have made the fish a counter that has a sprite sheet animation. You can make its mouth open and close.
That's cool.
You can make a animation.
I think you can.
It's a counter,
Theory.
right? You just go like back and forth between the
Oh.
two states.
Yeah.
Or if it's a spinner or a die.
Yeah. Okay, it's wordier, but each row fits on a single line now. Oh, and
Yeah.
Usually I have to
Yeah.
break up the discovery phase. Oh, that's a shame. It almost fits like this. Everything from the discovery phase onto a single page, almost.
I can't spell piranha, but apparently no one else can either.
Pirhana.
Maybe? I'm seeing most often Piranha.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing.
I think. But when I spelled it wrong, I just also got results.
Oh, Wikipedia puts it as Piranha or Pira and with a I forgot what the diacritical mark for that is named. The tilde, yeah.
Good thing Tilda's not here.
Alright, that's a 10-minute warning marker.
And also probably water and stretch break yourself.
Yes.
No reason to rush the end if you're going to feel cramped afterwards.
Funny, I was thinking exactly the opposite. No time to stretch, there's only 10 minutes left!
Yeah. Okay. There's enough time to figure out, put page number nonsense on here. An overt lie, inviting players to contradict
What? A game with no rules.
Okay. I have a hodgepodge. And I don't know if I want to play test
It seems like there's gonna be a lot to playtest.
this. Yeah, this feels like a game that's not fun to play.
Now, all games have to be.
I mean, I have put anti-games on my itch.io, so I could totally put it on there.
I kind of want to play it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I kind of want to, like... I want to bring you as, like, a joke game to, like, my friends. Maybe not tonight. I want to play Root.
It's a 3-box game now, not including the playmats. Speaking of,
yeah.
I don't know where those. Speaking of, I need to find where I left those. Do you have the playmats, or do I have those?
Oh, I have the playmats. Sorry.
Okay.
Alright. am I missing to put this on? What did I even... When I made anti-hack, what did I even put on it? I didn't even put my name on this.
You can totally use counters as flipbook.
Oh, that's cool. That is really nice.
Love that. They're dancing. Cha-cha-cha. Alright, if I put this up on itch, this is the only game where I have a mandatory payment. because the game is actually almost entirely on the itch.io page. The only thing in here that's not on the itch.io page are the unasked questions. Alright, so if I felt like I could stick that on itch.io, I think I could stick this on itch.io.
You can stick anything you want on itch. When I logged in to put my stuff up, apparently there's a free Bit Buddy game.
Free Bit Buddy game?
Yeah. I
Wait,
grabbed
you mean
it.
like that gorilla thing?
Basically, yeah. But it's from what's his name? Daniel Mullins.
Daniel Mullins. I'm not familiar.
He does a lot of meta games like Pony Island, Inscription.
Okay. The dancing fish.
That's really cool.
I learned a lot about Screen Top today.
I mean, if Grant Howard could put up bird crimes, are you a bad enough dude to illegally import 7 rare breed criminal parrots on a red-eye passenger flight? I think you could put this game up. Speaking of, I think I have to get bird crimes.
Bird crimes. I don't know if I could get this on itch.io before in the next 1-2 minutes, but
there's no rules. You don't have to get up on itch.io before it's over.
I know, but no, just apparently.
There we go. Press F on a fish to make it bite.
There aren't any rules, but you can press F on a fish to eat.
Next time we have a one-shot, I am proposing bird crimes. Everyone knows that the funniest crime, objectively, is smuggling rare birds across borders. So we decided to dramatize the high-stakes world of parrot trafficking into an easy-to-run role-playing game. In Bird Crimes, you play a downland poacher who's been roped into illegally importing 7 rare breed parrots, who are also criminals, aboard a red-eye passenger jet from JFK to Heathrow. And the birds keep escaping, and at one point you get a hold of a gun, and it's really downhill from there.
Okay. I'm just gonna publish it on Discord.
Yeah, that's publishing, and
We're exactly 4 hours now. And
congratulations, everyone.
I know. We actually got some games done.
Yeah, I think everyone got at the very least a first draft, and in some cases a very finished game.
Yeah, I'm actually very I'm actually very impressed because I didn't think it was possible to design a game in 4 hours. But I mean, I completely underestimated you, having finished 2 games and published
What?
them.
It really helps. I don't have to worry about art.
I mean, does it look like I had art on my game?
Yes, you actually have layout. I'm just in Google Docs.
I totally should have made this in Google Docs. I started off like doing it manually because I was like, how many are there gonna be? I should have totally numbered this. Okay. Anyways, alright, let's wrap up the stream because yeah, because we're at time. Thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for participating in this Knife Bunny Game Jamboree. I'd say it was actually a huge success for something that had very little planning, no rules for itself, and no rules for the theme. So, yeah, thank you. And I'll catch you all another time.
Thank you for hosting.
Thank you.